Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. So, last time we went to the moon, we took out Zodiark, we learned of a giant ship that was basically going to be an ark to take the people away from the planet when the final days come. And now we are back in Old Charlian, just having had a vision of the final days. And, well, as you can hear, the music is a little bit suspenseful right now, so let us speak to Tataru and see what's up. Skies Aflame. Oh, Prince, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radzat-Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Alright, here we go. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzat-Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radzat-Han are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Kryl, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Yedlin-Mad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Alright, so we're gonna teleport over to Yedlin-Mad then.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the Earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimad. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
And so we set off. Obviously, this is a very, very bad situation here. Especially with people transforming into the monsters themselves. Let's speak to Awan here. Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let's review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them, and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Wow, that's really quick for another duty. Okay. Let me see here real quick. Oh, wow, it's actually level 85 already. Okay. Cool. So, in that case, form a party. And
I stand ever ready.
let's grab Riqi-Tio again, but this time as a caster. And I guess this is similar to that scene that we saw in the opening trailer. Everything burns here. Well, a lot of stuff anyway. Terminus Trampler. Oh, back here. Also, what's the weather? Apocalypse! That's a little different than Terminal.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Thavnair.
We don't have a choice, we gotta help them.
Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Nope. So much for that double pull. Yeah, for some reason, Alphino just does not want to keep up if you try to adjust like that.
If I may?
You underestimate me!
Alright, now let's move on to this group here.
If I may?
One thing I will note is it seems like, at least when you're using a Holy Circle or a Holy Spirit here, you do get the HP back, thanks to that new trait, but Confiteor doesn't do it.
I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
But yeah, this was rather fast for things to restart. I mean, I guess it sort of makes sense, all things considered. It was like, you really didn't have much time at all before everything just kind of hit 60 miles per hour here. But to the point I was trying to make a moment ago here, what I'm saying is, depending upon where your HP is at the time, you may actually not want to do Confiteor if you're about to go down as a tank. And you might just want to Holy Circle again instead. just so you do get that extra little bit of healing. It'd be kind of really situational as to when you need to use it, or rather like that. But it's something to, I guess, keep to just think of it every now and then.
You underestimate me!
There! You cannot stop us! There!
But something I am curious of, whatever is causing this in the first place, if there is any relationship to tempering, in terms of the people that have been transformed into beasts. It's too late for us all. Terminus Snatcher. Mouth off? Interesting imagery there. And here we go again. So we're looking for the ones where the mouth doesn't open.
I have you now.
And then also, I guess the attack, what is right, what is left. Alright, no to despair, I gotta do that buff. Or debuff, rather. Okay, this could be confusing. Right here.
Allow me.
Aha, going right for it, huh? I guess you and Alice, they have to fight, huh? Oh, what is left? So over here, then. And what is left again? Here we go again. what is left, so... Oh, never mind. Alright. Palaka Pumps of Casting, so that could be useful for other classes.
What is this vile presence I sense? The Horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
In a way, this kind of reminds me of Holminster's Switch, but at the same time, it is still different. I'm gonna pull him up a little bit more.
You underestimate me!
I am sort of disappointed that Paladin still isn't getting that basically room-wide AoE attack that was used back in, I think, the level 60 or 50 Paladin quest. Would have been a really nice addition to the AoE combo to give it a third step. And here we go again. Ah, Humbaba. Alright, that group is down. Palaka, Ring of Slave.
There!
That looks like a full group ahead of us, so I'm gonna hold back. I'm looking for where there might be just like a single target I could go after, but I'm not seeing any.
I have you now.
Alright, next group.
I have you now.
There goes one. Let's get
If
the
I
other
may?
two down.
There!
Okay. Choker of Casting. Alright, and now we got another boss coming up here. Terminus Wrecker. Unholy water. Alright, we gotta get pushed where the water isn't, I guess. Huh. Surprised I didn't get pushed there. Ether spray. So I guess get in the water this time. Yep.
There!
They gotta rebalance Riqi-Tio's audio. That there sounds way too loud.
You underestimate me.
Well, at least this fight is fairly straightforward here.
There!
Either you get in the water or you don't. In this case, we do. Yeah, not sure what I'm doing to hold myself in place there. Alright. That one is down. Half gloves of scouting. Alright, so that'll be useful for my ninja. Well, that's a busy sky. Ritra, where are ya? I still have to wonder what caused the final days in the first place. Oh my goodness, they got turned to stone.
There!
Bracelet of Healing. Okay. Oh, these two.
There!
More of them. Alpha, no. What are you doing? You know what? This is making me not want to trust Alphino with healing.
You cannot stop us! You cannot stop us!
Alright, final boss time. Oh hey, I think you're the one from the trailer. Blasphemy Svar Banu. Another healing piece. Okay. So I guess look for the triangles? Or no, maybe it's...
You underestimate me.
Alright, so triangles if it looks like something's gonna come down from the sky then.
There.
Okay, I'm getting some sort of a vision here. Okay, this isn't too hard to understand. But as I was trying to say before, yeah, I wonder what's causing people to transform like that. I mean, I've seen something like that before from the series, and, well, frankly, it was from Seath turning people into Lassie. Wait, no, not Seath. It was, I can't remember what they're called, but we're talking Final Fantasy XIII, basically. What happened to the healing at the end there? Well, that's a shame. Well, back up we go. Alright, let's give this another shot then.
There.
Okay, so we do get some sort of a sign as to what thing is actually going to go boom there. Now this is crumbling sky, so I have to assume... Okay. So maybe I just wasn't seeing the symbol before or something.
I have you now.
You cannot stop us!
Alright, we want to get pushed into the triangles. Off they go into the sky. This one first. Now this one. Now the left. I thought it might be better to double up on the defenses there.
You cannot stop us!
With heart and steel!
Pull him away from Alpha. Right, we want to be pushed back into the triangles. And there we go. Alright, let's get out of here.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, A cessation of flow leading to decay and absence that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
So, if you die as one of those, you're dead.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnair, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ah-Hewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may.
I'm curious what even brought that on there, to be honest. Seemed like a moment of maybe insanity for the guy.
I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ah-Hewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
There they go.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Alright. So we are back in the capital. Our Radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Guess I'll go for that yellow die. You may now enter Vanaspati with a party of NPC avatars. Okay. Now that we're back in the city, though, I do wonder if the Aetherite can be attuned to. Let me check that first before we do anything else. Nope, still down. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations, and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alce and I will see to Paxa's path. Thancred and Ystrola pray make for Dharma. I leave Artha to Graha and you, Prince. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduta, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap. Let's speak to Graha. Shall we be off then? Artha is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. Alright, they are now accompanying us. And we're off. I'm surprised it's still disabled at this point. I mean, why would you not give the player a quick way to get back into the city? I mean, they could leave and come back if they wanted to, so what's the point? Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were with those Scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We were assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the Fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Here we are. So this is Thavnairian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Corvosi culture, of course. I have not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Sharlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days, I felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it the wisdom of ancient Alag. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe. And one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have not come in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'll have better luck asking there. Alright, to the west side then. What do we have here? Ah, right, materia. Oh, I got an upgraded necklace. Okay, I'll put that on. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone as quickly as it came. Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams, then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Marid, throwing people about like rag dolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived, mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that it is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it's best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. To the north, then. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetherite Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that mayhem can surely tell us more. Well, let's see what they have to say. Did I pick this one up? No, I did not. Going after that enormous beast, are you? I saw it, including the very instant the poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worst. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking. Then the black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Milil, the barmaid, chatting with them, though. She might know something. Another lookout point. In this case, I do want to try to get myself up a level here, so... There we go. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it, too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Merid poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall, it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. Alright. And Milil. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Mehri's Mayhain. What can we get you? We have come not for libations, but rather for information. You're Milil, yes? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Kalzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnairian specialties. We met him back when the expansion started in our first, like the first or second quest of, in Thavnair here. It was through him we met Emet-Selch. Yes, the names ring a bell. Didn't you meet both on your first trip to Thavnair? If I recall correctly, Kalzal ran a trading operation in Yedlimad, and it was there that you made Emet-Selch's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed. Kalzal was a compassionate man, even as his own business suffered. He did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters, Kalzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me, I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would just ask one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Kalzal in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Kalzal lived for his work, and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them, if you believe it would help. What do you say? And that's level 86. And with that, I have learned Expiation, which replaces Spirits Within. Delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby it, with a potency of 300 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Also restores MP, so it's basically it basically turned my Spirits Within into an AoE attack. Alright, I think it's starting to get a little bit warm here, so I would say let's remove that glamour. Oh, I don't have the glamour dispeller, huh? Let me take that out of there. Now I should be able to do it. There we go. Kalzal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kalzal lived there since childhood, and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama. The name is new to me. How did we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come, let's see where this lead takes us. Alright, once again, they're following us. Now, based on what I'm seeing here, the common theme seems to be having a feeling of absolute despair that seems to trigger things, but that's just my guess here. Let's see, after leaving the Mayhain, we retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. There's the point. From here, we ascend the stairs. Ah, this must be huge, in which case we should take the path leading southeast. This one. If we keep going this way, we should arrive in Kama before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Radz-at-Han at our own leisure once this crisis has passed. And I believe this has the last Aetheryte I don't have yet. Or rather, last Aetheryte shard. So, let's see, where is this thing? Over there. And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Khalzal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Here's one. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnair. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray, allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Khalzal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Khalzal? Aye, I know him. In fact, we just spoke the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Ruveda fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinba might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinba at Ruveda's fiber. Let's make a point to visit him after we've spoken with other locals. Kalzal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there ever was a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he spent his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Kalzal sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than the troubles with his consortium. He was the same old Kalzal, cordial and honest like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre goings-on. Hey, Dragon Rider, thank you for the raid!
Emergency! Code!
Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter, and be prepared to take refuge should Satrap order it. And thank you for joining the raid there, lovely Shadow King, as well. Alright, so we need to meet up now with the person that we found the information on. Let's see. Looks like they're actually on the west side of the city, so we'll make our way over there. Hey, I appreciate it. I'll take anyone I can get. If I'm not mistaken, these stairs lead to Dharma. It is quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell. Creation magics run amok. That was my assumption when I saw Amarot. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those self-same horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? Almost to our destination. They're farming silkworms. This must be Ruveda fibers, where we should find Jinba. There they are. And hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. Pardon me, but you're in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. You got it. This area is for employees only. Out, out! What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Mindruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrifhal, by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manua. And that massive crate there goes to Zemira, by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. Alright, we'll have a limited time to complete the task. If we fail, we just return back here to start again. Thread is it? Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. And then here's the ordinary crate. Here we go. If you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. And then we got the weighty crate here. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? A good thing that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate of fabrics, it is. Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. You've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jimbaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Alright. Let us go speak to Jimbaha and see what we can glean from him now. Done as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed. Be careful. I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask? Indeed. You knew the merchant Kalzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzal? I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end, we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he discussed it with his associates, but I could tell he had all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kalzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? So, my question becomes, if that's what it is, what exactly did the Amarantians have to despair about? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. But at least for the time being, it would seem to be that everybody just needs to keep some hope in their heart for the time being. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy, but remember, your lives are more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. I thank you for your concern, and pray you too take care as well. Alright, let's get out of here. There they are.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
Don't become despaired is the big thinking we've got right now.
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast.
So, who would feel the most dejected and desperate at this point? How about any of the surviving Garleans we just pulled out of Garlemald?
Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens!
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe.
If he decides to go through with his original plan, that could set some people off right here and now.
While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
Uh-oh.
You are?
I'm Matya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs!
She's turning.
The screams!
Get away from her, now!
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run as fast as you can! No!
Gruesome.
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
Too late.
My son.
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
And that's how to stop it. The problem now is only battle-hardened warriors could really go up against them. Alright, thanks for tuning in, Dragon Rider. Raha, what do you got up your sleeves? Or are you gonna call on that beacon of hope?
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
I guess more.
Alizé, leave the city to us and make for Palaka's stand at once. Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right.
Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Watch your back. And him being a leader like that, I guess, back on the first, is what taught him to have that strong, commanding voice. And I guess that's what we're gonna need. Ah, we're in a new area. We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course, Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Prince, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beast you encounter. Alizé and I will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees, and follow when the path is clear. There's no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. That looks like our first fight there. Let's grab Hadrid. Alright, we got another spot coming up here. There goes one. There goes the other. Alright, looks like we're headed into the village here. Let's hit the Aetheryte first. It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. Over here. The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wounds suggest the villager was gored by a terrible beast. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond. Have you come to help us? Too late, too late. My family, my friends. Are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope others managed to flee. But if the rest have been turned to beasts by the 12... Let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further. And no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Emet-Selch. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than others. Even thunder in the sky now. Oh, Prince! This is Yeruvit, the elder here. He is hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Emet-Selch here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Emet-Selch, do you perchance remember Kurasaf and Mevan, the young couple who always bought your freshest caches? How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but Kurasaf and Mevan bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Let's do it. Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. Up this hill, it looks like. The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please, stay, but... That was Kurasaf. Oh no, this is not good. I'll take a look. Please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. Over here. Come on, up you go. The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Prince. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. We gotta knock him out. No, it cannot be. Is someone... anyone... My arms so heavy, and my legs... I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. Need to be with them. I need... Kurasaf, no, Kurasaf, you must stay strong. We're time. I thought I had... I don't want to die. Cry Kurasaf's tears. Thank you. Please, find them. Mivan still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Palaka's stand. There's nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Forgive me, Karasaf. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Over here. You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Mivan and the child must be elsewhere. Over to the east. Alright, we got a Terminus Shadower here. Alright, now down this way. If Mivan and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. To the northeast, then. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. Oh, gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Mivan and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavnair.
No more enemies to trouble us here.
It's me. How fare you below?
Understood. I will inform Vritra.
Chaos and panic sweep Raz Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palaka's stand as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Razat Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man?
Priorities!
These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Emet-Selch to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Razat Khan hangs in the balance. We have company. The hour has come, Vritra! It's all or nothing!
Mattia, calm down. If Mevan fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. Do you want to turn into a beast like the others? Me? A beast? What are you talking about? Gods. So that is what causes it. Then I have no choice. I must keep my fear in check. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alice and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Mattia speak with Elder Yeruvet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you're able. We will save Mivan and her child. We can do that much for Karasov. I am heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? We found Karasov, but he... Say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Karasov may be gone, but there is still hope for Mivan and their child. Please find them, I beg you. And if, in your search, you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe, and their spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. To the south we go. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Mattia? If we follow Sirota south, we will arrive in Perusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible that Mivan sought shelter there, and perhaps other villagers as well. Then it's settled. Matsuya, stay close to me, alright? You two, take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well. We make for Perusa, as quickly as we are able. With me! I'm just gonna pull mine away. Thank you. I thought I was done for. Mivan? She's a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts. And with her child, gods. Worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own. Prince, wait. Perusa lies just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alphino and Alze have gone to do what they can, but there are so many. More than I could count. You must be ready. Let's get in there, then. I guess we're gonna have to go around that. There's Alzay over there. I'm surprised we're not assisting them. And also, apparently the Terminus beasts are not attacking, the wildlife? Alright, let's get down here. There you are. How fare the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight. In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan? Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return, someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
Somebody do something!
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them, too.
My friends! This is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk.
Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon.
Another beast.
Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
Over there. My view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Prince, go with Matsuya and search along the river. Alpha and I will circle around from the south. Alright, let's see what we got here. That's a B-rank target there. Another lookout spot.
It's her! No, I'm sure of it! Niven!
Don't, please!
That was lucky.
God have mercy!
Let's get them out of there. Yvonne's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death no doubt came swiftly. Oh no. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. There it is. Take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface at once. First, we need to make sure they're okay. Looks like it. Did you find Mivan and the child? Damn it all. You have the child. Let me see her.
She's so cold, Elfino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matzia, take the child.
We'll cover you.
God damn it. It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matzia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matzia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matzia. Go! Quickly!
Steady. You know the way. No. No! Not you too! Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid! To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark. No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged.
Come on, Mattia. Go around.
Every agony.
Estinian.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Too close.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
He had help from on high.
What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Mattia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband at least. Will you help me?
You got it. We have done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Palaka stand to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mevan and Kursaf died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would be this comforting. You are ready then? In that case, let's head to Palaka's stand. No doubt Vritra is waiting us. Well, actually, there's an 8th right there. What am I doing? Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsia returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnair must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Kurasaf and Mevan's babe is a child of Thavnair as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. O most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that, were it not for you, brave Matsia and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ahuan as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along? Idhana, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palaka stand in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum? A rumor has circulated for many years about around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varshan, with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I'd always assumed one of Ahuan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vritra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors not only of Radzat Han, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vritra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this their darkest hour. 'Twould seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Radzat Han fares. What will you do, Scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavnair? Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are. A pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. Of lovely sentiment, Yidana. By all means, allow us to assist. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at Wakeful Torana. Alright, let's see who we can give this to. Here's one. Look at them all, lazing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? A mug of piping hot chai, brewed from aromatic tea leaves flavored with Nidhana's secret blend of herbs and spices, then mixed with rich milk. A cup of chai? Can't Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It is precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there's any way I can aid my village and friends, I will do it. Alright, that's one. Surprised the Chocobo Keep is here. Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Radzat-Han hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. A cup of chai? Well, if you insist. Ah, that aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we've faced our fair share of trials in the past as well. And no matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time. For that is all any of us can do. Yes, back to work, once I finish this cup. Thank you. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him, and it was all I could do to run. All the while, I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. This is for me? Ah, we used to drink chai together often. Share stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same. For his memory, and for we who must remember. Thank you for delivering the chai, Prince. Did it help to lift the villagers' spirits? That is heartening to hear indeed. The final days show no signs of abating. But that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition, for it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know, what has become of Mevan and Kurasov's remains? Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. And I and the people of Palakistan will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Well, we finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there's a magic at work. How their tension fades with every sip. Let's pray that Palakistan has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnair, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Radzat-Han? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Akiel. We have plenty to spare. Then let us find Destiny and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? The wakeful Torana, near the bridge to Radzat-Han, as I recall. Very well then. I can only imagine that whatever is coming up next is the reason why they didn't allow you to attune to the Aetherite before. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle or ruins. It would seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnair. Fortunately, they have wise and benevolence to trap to shepherd them through. They have Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city on Al-Zadal's path. Come. Instance 1. It is good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I am pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? So Vritra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To Meghaduta, then. But before that, it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we best enlighten them. I see one over there. Are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. It's fine. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of the beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. Come to think of it, is Vritra going to reclaim his eye now? Leave me be, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh gods, what are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. Square, you say? That's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in that creature's maw. So many lives lost. Such terrible carnage. And you say there's someone else who would lead Radzat Han in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. And there's the square once again.
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Radzat Han, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
People of Radzat Han, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Thavnair, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Riqi-Tio to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Riqi-Tio will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it, over you, and lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together, so too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Indeed.
You got me off now. Charlians.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the satrap at once.
Father!
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Riqi-Tio, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days.
Boy, did he get humbled there for a second.
'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavnair, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th Umbral Calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Allag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel, fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavnair. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Well, this'll be interesting how this plays out.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
It's dark and negative. And gone.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha.
Could it be the same space force? That was mentioned before? That's also Akasha?
Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet, and we will meet again.
As far as we have come, and after all the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nidhana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Greetings, honored Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave Scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vritra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Mehred's Mehe. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venture. Ah, and to you, PrinceBrightstar, there is someone we had hoped to introduce you to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation? Knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now? This must be important. Worry not, we'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. Thank you, friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Are they gonna finally fix that Aetheryte? You know who we haven't seen yet this expansion? Sid. Access to the Aetheryte, you see, there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Alright. So finally. Man, players have got to be confused when they see Summatoon and not others. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the Hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Radzat Han's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh-ho! So you're the famous PrinceBrightstar, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You've the look of one who's walked through hell. Shirabat, please. You are speaking to the satrap's honored guest and a savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally, then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eorzea, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-round good egg, I'm sure. Who are you? A fool with too many scars and knees that ache in the winter. The name's Shirabat, and I attend to business here. As for what sort of business, how can I put it? Radzat Han welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got representatives from Doma, Ul'dah and Ala-Mhigo, Limsa Lominsa, Redania, and last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Radzat Han and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a man in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself? I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed, you have given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. It is contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnair reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our Far Eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island and Corvos. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout Allied lands, there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we have learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Khalzal. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the bounty, transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Radzat Han, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest blasphemies. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communication, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Aye, each nation has assembled their own group of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawn and when they appear. At the same time, they are doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray, lend us your strength, and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. Before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into all that fine cuisine, eh? You have gained access to the role quests for Endwalker. A separate quest line and story is now available for tank, melee DPS, for physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. To undertake these quests, speak with any of the delegates in Sundrop, and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homelands. I'm not really sure how this is going to play out, given the fact that, well, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to the planet after all this. I mean, maybe it's going to stay like this in the final days or something. That's the only way I could see the time for these quests lining up. Pray forgive Shirabat her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to Mayhain? I know Radzat Han like the back of my hand. Glad to hear you're becoming familiar with our fair city. You'll be pleased to hear that all drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant hosts, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Radzat Han in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahuan's legacy and serve Master Vitra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Taking one of these on is going to depend upon if I think I'm going to have enough time for it. So for the time being, I'm not going to touch it. But we will see as I approach level 90 if I think that there is going to be time or not. Especially, once again, since I need to be back to work on Tuesday. Welcome. When the satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kalzal from your friend Riqi-Tio. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beast. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Mayride's treat. Speaking of which shall I start you off with? A glass of your finest local spirits. As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details?
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true, as it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Here's your order, friend. May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control.
Can we go see Hydaelyn? Like, we know that it was in the Dravinian hinterlands that they found it. Why don't we go there too?
Is there something? Anything we've overlooked?
And then there's also, like I said before, what's inside Silvertear Lake.
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days.
There we go! I love that I'm guessing where this is headed.
Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more. So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Isn't there?
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
You want to go back to the first and talk to Elidibus.
Elidibus.
I sealed him in the White Horusite of the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
It would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well. What's happening on the first? If anything yet.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the Ethereal Sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see. Where beginning ends, and end begins.
Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? In that case, it's time we each attended to our tasks. And when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her I miss her. Take this, Prince, my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower's systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus' essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the Ancestor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God willing, we will see each other again ere long. To the Crystarium. I certainly didn't expect to have to come back here so soon. Let's see. Out to Lakeland. Well, so far, it doesn't look like the sky is burning, but we will see soon enough. There she is. Prince, you are returned. Have you been well? You and the others. We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. And things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. He said this to you? These exact words? Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Prince, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. She and the other Crystarium youth just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the Umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I will be along as soon as I can. Here we are. And we got some players here. So this will take a while. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Let's wait for Lena. We're going to be visited by multiple people, aren't we? Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Prince? It is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There's no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the Knight, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? Interesting. Going after all the trials, huh? I'm curious what this last option is. This may come as a surprise, but... Truly? I never would have guessed. But then, if I could, I suppose I wouldn't have to ask. 'Tis a tremendously eye-opening answer, and we will see that your account of this battle features prominently in the tome. I know you'd love to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time, then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself. Again and again, till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Well, if the answer isn't... Okay, then I would have to go probably with Ranjit, then, if I'm not going with anybody else. They were definitely a pain. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? It's him! It's really him! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riqi. You'd only give him a stomachache. We've come to see Morin, to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arkil isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows a lot about, things. He isn't here? Aw. Ooh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkil best? Axe, sword, or bow? We're protecting your friends, the sword. The sword? If you took up the sword, you could be just like... Brandon, the Warrior of Light. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style, and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Such fun he's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does he spare a thought for me? Of course not. Fail. I waited and waited and waited, but he won't so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is, cold and cruel and heartless. As much as I would love to go for that bottom option, I'm gonna say, "Oh, faithful Fail, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you." If you truly missed me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time. Though for there to be a next time, you've some struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? You know about that, huh? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate we Fey folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain, by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits at Tale's End. My apologies for the delay. Prince, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Hydaelyn, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. But then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Prince, what are you not telling me? Don't let people fall to despair. I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarat has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First. And it makes sense. The First is basically filled with a world of people filled with hope after what happened. That basically the Sin Eaters are gone and everything. So it makes sense that they might not be affected for some time. But perhaps one day they would. So don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. What item level weapon is that? Uh, 539. That might be stronger at this point. $106 versus 106. So no, what I've got is still good. You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. Alright, to the Aethernet Shard. And up we go. Ah, Master Prince, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I will show you to the ocular. Let's proceed. My, what is this? A memory? Yeah, we just saw it for a brief moment, but on the ground there was the depiction of the different moons that are next to each of the shards.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
Show me Elidibus.
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream.
Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
Zodiac is dead.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm sorry.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate.
He was an Allegan.
Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me.
Finally, a connection.
Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world.
Aziz La?
Many worked there. And before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief.
Or no, Aziz La was of the Allegans. So was there another location?
He was Hermes. That is all I know.
Interesting name drop. Hermes has been in the series before as Hermes Sandals, but that's about it. Or Hermes Shoes.
The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower.
But we destroyed the Tycoon. How is this supposed to work?
Which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days.
Change the past, Amarat doesn't get destroyed.
You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey?
There's no choice.
Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic. The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the Ocula. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back.
Thank you.
Well, Hydaelyn, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it. The burden and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
And so we return to this place. This shouldn't be that unusual. This happened in Omega as well, before those battles. Unable to execute certain actions due to area restrictions. I have no idea where I am. Incorporeal, transcending the boundary between existence and nihility. And apparently I've got a hidden buff. The man stands dutifully by the Aetheryte-like device, a guide for this facility, in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible. Alright, let's try the Aetheryte-like device. See if we can attune. The device is reminiscent of an Aetheryte. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. Can't even run. This is the right place, yes? Propylion? Judging by the woman's words, the facility is called Propylion. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. How about that? Somebody that's not wearing a mask. A remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum and the recreated Amarat. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. So, can we just walk through the door? You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it?
And here we are, Elpis.
Is that Van Daniel?
Well, well. How rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Or maybe not.
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
The guy on the left is Van Daniel.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
La Habrea. Or... that...
Satisfied?
Emet?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
I'm getting confused by the voices.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
That is Emet.
You may open your eyes. Oh, you even adjusted its size.
That could be problematic.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate. How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Hythlodaeus! How did I not put that one together?
Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emet-Selch of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend?
Am I Azim? Am I PrinceBrightstar?
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
What to tell them?
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
Seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar. If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Captain Radix, you interrupted that line there, but glad to see you here.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emet-Selch's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding. Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about? If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
The world unsundered. Now it makes sense why Yoshi P didn't want to say anything about this. Heidelin.
This presence.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Alright, let's see what Hythlodaeus has to say. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using the concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for an in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. And apparently I actually have a map now. And this is... wow, this is a rather large area. This is yet another area. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are, he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emet-Selch wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so... do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. No? In that case, Emet-Selch. No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're not getting another thimble of aether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless fount of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. I suppose I would think that maybe this is the point where Yoshi P expected people to say, oh, what was the line again? You'd really go there? Or is it supposed to be somewhere else? Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petaloudae. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petaloudae first. Good luck. Hey, how'd you manage to follow me back through time? There we go. And let's get after the second one. There we go. you've caught the you've caught the Petalouda. Come, let us see. Duly weakened and carefully bound, these Petalouda is destined to become clothing. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. Now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. You turn living beings into clothing, just like that? Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to their constituent ether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species, it's due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garb with superior etheric stability. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emet-Selch speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is whose? Ah, of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. I have to wonder if Azem is going to show up in all this. Alright, let's try this on here real quick. Oh, actually, no, I should still be wearing my gear and just dye my, yeah, because this doesn't offer any protection. So let's put that back on. Actually, do I have anything new? Not really. We got a new weapon, but even that was not quite, able to improve, but actually the rest of my gear should start improving here. Let me get the strongest stuff back on first. I don't know why it's taking my blades on or off. When that is still stronger. Okay, so Sophist robe. And then cast Glamour, Sophist, Podea, and lastly is the Sophist Hupodima. There we go. Alright, so we have traveled to the past, and now we have basically a visit to this huge facility found in the Unsundered world, where we are looking to find Hermes, and apparently we also have the opportunity to speak to Hydaelyn here potentially as well. Or at least whoever ended up being the heart of Hydaelyn. That's the real question here, who that is going to be. But that is going to be an adventure we are truly going to set off on tomorrow. With all that said, definitely today has been exciting. We got through a lot of content, and I can't wait to keep going. Once again, thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time.